Hello, I am looking forward to this one. Ah, my hair moved. I tried really hard. I brushed my hair, and then it went off to the other side anyway. Anyway, sorry. This is hopefully going to be a fun experience. Yeah. I mean, have I played this game before? It looks like it's actually the same game. I actually was thinking it was going to be like a sequel, but it has like the same stuff. So I was thinking if it's a sequel, I should play the original first, maybe tonight, and then play the new one next week. But it looks like it's actually the same game, just with more stuff. So I guess I'll just jump right into this one. Yeah, let's boot up the game and get started here. Let's hope the setting still works. Okay, see, this is a troll, and I already know this because I needed to set up the game. So first time I said it correctly, the second time I didn't care, and it lectured me. And you didn't get to see it. Let's do the correct time. No. But AM. See if it lectures me for that. Yo. Great, you said an actual time, not just 12 o'clock. See, it lectured me last time and you didn't see it. See, I always boot up these games first before I stream so that I get it fitting in the window. And yes, the first time I set the time, the second time, because I needed to make sure it was on the screen properly, I just set it to 12 o'clock and it lectured me. It did this whole long thing. It was great, except... Hey, it looks like a lot of people here. Yeah. So it lectured me. You all missed it. You're all here now. Great. Welcome. You're already late because it lectured me for just setting it to 12 o'clock. Oh, well, what's it going to say this time? For a minute there, I was worried you weren't taking all this seriously. But I set it to AM, not PM. And it hasn't... Oh, okay. It has no way of knowing. Or you could wait. We could wait the whole time. Did the stream already hiccup? Or am I here? Okay. You could wait until it reaches 12. Whatever. Let's use another slider to get to the bottom of this. What? How accurate? Oh, it's a sliding scale. It's actually less accurate than any other time. It was literally the opposite end of the clock, so I'm going to go all the way over here. Okay. I wonder if it's going to use this against me. I wonder if it forwarded my information to the government. Gone through all the sliders I have. Why is this typed out? Why isn't Kevin Brighting talking to me like this? Okay, so you're not missing this part. Should be ready by next time you boot up the game. Did you get the achievement for this game? Probably. I don't know. You can't see that. No. Huh. Because there is a boot up the game again. Alright, so before I start, let me full screen this. Okay, we're in a good spot. Yeah, now it's, what is it? It's not, don't play for 10 years now? Who's ever going to actually do that? We're going to play this game every day for the rest of our lives. All right, let's see what happens this time. Let's see how this game differs. I have no idea how much it differs or how similar it is to the original. It feels like it's both. It looked like it was going to be both.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
How's the volume?
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years
I know like
at the
80% of this.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Thanks, Super Gamer. Looks like the notification just came in late. All right. So good to see I didn't have to go fix something. Sometimes that overlay gets muted accidentally, and so, you know, it can be my fault, but in that case, there was just a delay. Let's look at the game volume. I gotta look on the thing. Minus 15. It's coming in pretty loud on my end. I can turn it up to minus 12 and see if that people start complaining about that. All right, so I've played the original a lot. Oh, I should note something before we get started here. Okay, so you guys know my story with... Well, actually, let me say it after this first ending. I want to get this first.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
I love the philosophical ramifications of this game. Because that is a thing, like, if you just wait too long for your life story to be written, it will be written by the fact you just sat there and did nothing. So you can say nothing happened, but that is actually the thing that happened. So yeah, what I was gonna say is, let me step out in the hall and say this thing, and then I'll say it. I think.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Do you know this game at all, Moss? I don't know if you know Stanley Parable.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Did I miscount? Oh, it reset. So now I've done 5 plus 19, so...
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
50 starting over? All right. I think that's halfway. One more?
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
All right, we'll go. There's something I need to tell you guys. But I gotta find 417 first. It's not in there, is it? Okay, no, it's not. Good.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Wait. How high did these go? The 430 was in here. 450's in there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Unless I messed up. I don't know where 437 is. Uh-oh. Did I mess up? I may have messed up. Begin the game again. Let's hope it does it remember, or do I have to start over on this?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort.
Slow start.
Measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort.
Right here.
I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment.
It's not in a logical order to the doors.
No matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
So...
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
So, the Shady Paradox files, I used Stanley Parable for my title screen. And since I'm kind of at this inflection point where all my current episodes that I've already posted address the past, I've actually thought about sort of rebranding it, the last episode a little bit to represent the future. So, like that title screen of the files, I might change it. Maybe there's it's something to look out for. Is there like a bigger screen with even more crazy, papers lying around and stuff and update that title screen. I think that would be an interesting look.
Now, back to door number 437.
Oh, congratulations, Alex. Sorry I have to think about it. I used to not have to think about it, but I think now as you've both... it used to be Christopher's the guy who shows up all the time and Alex is the guy that's not around as much. So it was easy to keep you guys apart, but now you're both around all the time, so... Or about the same amount, so I can get you guys confused.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where's the copy machine?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
I don't want to mess this up.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now. What were you thinking?
So, couple things on this. Game capture. Window capture didn't work. I have to use game capture. And game capture, you can't see the achievement. It did pop. I also got a second achievement, which is get your first achievement. So now I have 2 achievements. All right. So, yes. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Congratulations, Alex. I did have kind of distracted attention, but yes, that is a momentous occasion. So, and thanks for stopping by to share the moment with us. So, so far this game feels exactly like Stanley Parable. Nothing has deviated from the original up to this moment.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Right. So the reason why, for anyone, who saw my video of this game in Red Pants, you can see it's a game of choices, right? So that's the wrong choice. See, he narrates this. That's why it was an appropriate video for that. Wait. I thought the broom closet was in this hallway. No, it's in the one after the room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
What's funny is I watched the trailer, and the trailer seemed in higher quality than the previous trailer, but perhaps that was just my memory. The future was yesterday, tomorrow is now? That's the time loop or something, huh? What is the sound over here? Oh, changing the slide. Takes two people to start a fight. It's true. If we all just stuck to ourselves, there would be kept to ourselves, there would be peace. Expectation. That is not unbelievably amazing work when you spell it that way. As long as you let a ball up inside you, everything will be fine. I wonder if that's accurate. Target demographic is teenagers. So it took them 8 years, 9 years to add in 3 more endings or something. I don't know what's new yet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So the boss's office is tricky because there are a lot of things, a lot of ways that can go that aren't really a choice, right? It's more like, yeah, however long you take. Okay. Business strategy. I see. What's a strategy? Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
So
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
there are lots of combinations here, and even if you reset the game, like, it's going to go in a different direction.
2845.
Eight.
Yeah, that achieved.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
See, I don't know what recording just got cut off there. I don't know.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up.
That's
Silly
new.
me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I'm pretty sure that's new. I'm pretty sure I couldn't do that before.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Well, now what do I do? I don't think this was in the original game. Achievement unlocked. You can't jump. I actually haven't been pressing the spacebar lately. I did in the executive bathroom.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Well, I gotta see what happens if I go back and forth.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
I noticed when I first arrived up here the first time, the light was out on here, so I couldn't, see the light's out, so I can't just jump in, so.
Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Okay.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
The thing that's interesting about this game, in order to really appreciate this game, and no, it's not really a game. It is a bifurcating narrative. To really appreciate it, you have to understand what it does in all the different threads and how it kind of assesses you in terms of the pattern of choices you've made. Right, so the narrator has this pre-scripted narrative that he expects you to go along, and you can either go along with it or defy it. But then there are these kind of meta consequences to that, whether you went along with him all the way, or you defy him at the last minute, or you defy him early but not later, or you defy him all the time. And like his attitude towards you, the way it reflects that. So like even this right here, his reaction to me is silly because what I did is actually silly. That would not have happened had I not gone back up and down the elevator, right? So to really appreciate this game, you have to really think of it on kind of that meta level. That's why I think I really like it, because it would not have been a silly response had I not done a silly thing. So it really is, it's actually kind of reflecting back at me who I am.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Well, that's a very generic line. That's like, you know, that's like saying good morning is a movie reference. Like, yes, but actually no. All right, I'm gonna keep doing this until it doesn't. But anyway, my point stands. Okay, that time it didn't say anything.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Okay. Oh, this was in the, not the trailer. The preview.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
But yes, my point still stands that, you know, giving you a proper introduction to the game. The world's healthiest human being. Hey, Doc. World peace, baby.
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
But wait. Oh. Can't read it on the stream. The man, the process, the myth, the legend, the parable. Stanley from the Stanley Parable.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Wow. Like, if you search the game, how do I show up? Remember where you came from, your coworkers. I'm building up the anticipation. Oh man, I've heard that guy's pretty popular. Wait, what is this? A conversation with Alexander the Great. The Lord meet and greet. I'm famous. Oh. Whoa. Did I fall off and die? What? That's it? That was very brief. Well, actually, I didn't realize I could turn for about half of it. That's quite unfortunate.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, should I go to the left or should I go to the right? Let's keep going left for now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I put the code in too fast.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
All right. I kind of remember thinking in the original game that I was kind of surprised I couldn't take that back up.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
All right, we're gonna do this.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Hey, Raster.
Did he have the strength to find out?
This feels like one where you could fall as a completely separate ending.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I should add the furry tag to my stream to see who shows up, but also see who leaves.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So, I think I did. I had not seen going on stage before.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
So, Moss, in case you weren't paying attention or anyone else who doesn't know what's going on, this is the main path, i.e. I'm following everything the narrator is saying. I have not defied him once.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
What's up there? It's A button, can't read it. That's what it's all about, Super Gamer, now. So let's do this, and you'll see what happens here.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I bet my lip syncing is out of sync, actually, but there's an audio delay, unfortunately.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh. Where?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
I guess that's it. That was his whole, or at least that's the no path. I'm pretty sure the yes gets you something else. It's been a few minutes since I've played this game, so I don't remember all of the original stuff. It's all kind of familiar, but I also don't know where the deluxe stuff is, so I'm just kind of investigating this game. I'm walking right through this chair.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Wait. Is that solitaire on that computer? Huh. I forget what the gag is with the input received.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Yes, because it's my coworkers that I'm looking for. New content. Okay.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Let me behind the door. No? Okay. Well, I found the new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
A brick wall?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Anyone else see when Grover climbed the 39 stairs and all that was at the top was a brick wall? That was a tragedy right there.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Well, jumping is new content. Should I exhaust all the jumps? Or should I go in that other passage? I guess I'll do all the jumps. I mean, because you wonder if you're actually missing out on content by doing all the jumps, right? That heavy sound effect, though. See, I can't jump outside the circle. Gotta recharge it.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
There's just something about it, yeah, that it's... I don't need to do the analysis on it, but yeah, you could just tell that it's always just, you know, reflecting upon itself. But would you know, if you want to advertise new content, that's what you make of it. That's what you put as, you satirize the whole concept of new content. Yes, that's very Stanley Parable.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ooh. Now, see, another thing about the Stanley Parable is that when it resets, occasionally it will randomly generate a different office from the standard one. I don't know right now. Don't tell me. I want to experience this. I don't know if it so happened to randomly generate one of the different offices that I've never seen before after that, or if it always does this. My instinct is that this is always what the reset looks like. But it's an interesting thing that sometimes happens. Sorry, I got something. But, especially with the music change. Yeah, this is probably a, always scripted, but they do have randomly generated different offices. We haven't gotten that yet otherwise. Although I hope they didn't like take that out or anything. Did I break it?
Psst. Stanley!
Oh, in there?
Come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Do I have a choice here? 561. Nerd brain going off. Is that... I always forget. Is 561 or 651 the Carmichael number? I think it is 561. Oh, what about the others? We'll never know what's the other way.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
This was the copy machine. This was on the store page too. Ooh, it looks like there's something back there.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Like the telephone? We haven't seen the telephone ending yet.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I remember 2013. It wasn't actually the best time of my life, but, you know, I was 9 years younger. Indoors monthly. (2012) is peak gaming. (2011) was a really good year for me. I would say 2011 is... Oh, nice touch there. So much clearer when I have the actual game over here as opposed to this stream. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to... What does that say? Bruce Straley? I actually do wonder what kind of the ratio is between new content and old content in this version. I mean, if it were me, I would have tried to make it about the same. Although, you know, yeah, like doubling the size of the game seems like a lot, but at the same time, you got to make it worth it. $1 from 2013. I think it says Series 2003, actually. Yes, I just recently picked up that achievement. And I don't have that one. But apparently it's possible. Do you have to just use the hack that that can pop any achievement you want on command? Pretty cool that Stanley Parable made the front page of the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times. Yes, we can go see that ending. In loving memory, little Stanley. What? Let me sit on the bench, doofus. Not this music.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
These buttons again that we just saw. So what is this, the Stanley Parable Collector's Edition? Is that actually a thing? Or of any... I mean, does that refer to anything at all, or do they just make it up right here?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Man, that top paragraph, everyone who's watching me knows that's the way I am. By the way, I remember this being a YouTube video, a review. They made fun of a review.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
Can you let me into the serious room, please? Oh, no, that's the serious room. I recognize the serious room. Aha, now the maintenance is open.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Suddenly outdoors has changed.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Steam reviews. Oh, the unholy world of Steam reviews. I bet these are real reviews.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, come on. I mean, yeah, I'm playing around, but I'm actually stuck right here. Come on, game. No, 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 no. Guys, no. And you can't jump. That's the problem. Up, up. Is that actually possible, Frosting, or are you just commenting? Because it took a long time. Okay, but the game kind of detects that, right? Or... I'm being assured there's a way out. They need to fix this. Oh! Okay. You look up, maybe? What the hell? They need to fix that.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
But then other people are gonna hate the skip button. They wouldn't be satisfied to just not use it. Oh, look what I found. See, I broke the boundary, but it's not one they anticipated. Eight. I mean, maybe it was, because I don't know.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up.
No.
Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, no, until 245.
that the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday.
I was going to ask that.
Forward and back, and never a
that did occur to me, but I needed to take that break either way.
Only thing.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly
How much did they write for
Steam
this?
works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of
It's
quality.
a weird bug.
How else to describe
I'm sure
the Stanley
somebody has
Parable
left that as a
Ultra
review now.
Deluxe? Such a revolutionary
I bet if
step
you go to the
forward in
page,
lineage of one of the most beloved
somebody's
video
left that in
game
there.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just
He just
need
let me
to
down
not
a vent.
do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
So, I wonder if this is a choice. Or if it's indefinite. Remember the 4-hour thing, which I still haven't done, I want to do? I got to get an auto clicker set up. I guess I should press the skip button and assume he's not coming back. But who knows, maybe he does in some other scenario.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God.
Those lights weren't off before, were they?
Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea
Thought I
who
heard
they
a loop.
are. What would it ever really matter? Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
Oh, the plant.
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
The funny thing about this game is that when he stops talking, I always wonder if there's going to be a moment later if I continue to wait. If I wait 1 minute, maybe he talks after 2. If I wait 2 minutes, maybe he talks after 3. But if I wait 3 minutes, the stream gets boring and everybody leaves. And I wouldn't blame you. So what do I do? I feel like I'm ranting the same way the narrator is, and so I'm not even providing new content by talking. All right, I'm providing the same meta commentary that he is. That's too much, right? We just need to see what happens when we press the skip button.
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
Well, I can't speak anyway, so I don't know how much company I actually provide when there's no feedback. I provide him no audible feedback. He provides me no visual feedback, as I can't see him. I was gonna say something else, but... Oh, yeah, so this whole thing, this is still the new content door, right? Because even that one time it reset, it was a fake reset when I went into that vent. And there was that other path, I don't know if that could have been a thing. I don't know if I'll ever have a chance to see it again. Is the narrator still alive? Never really considered him as like a person, just more of a disembodied voice. Ah, the battery on this after 10 years or whatever. That's all that is. The place isn't on fire, the battery's just going out. But maybe next time there will be a fire and it won't let us know the clock fell off. I was actually thinking, I didn't say it out loud because the thought occurred to me while he was rambling. But, I mean, if we end up going forward thousands of years, are the walls going to deteriorate and I can just leave? You know, a really interesting touch on this clock would be if it so happened to stop at whatever time you entered at the beginning. That's the way I would have coded that.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. "First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires.
Who's he talking to?
Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amuse them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability.
I think his point didn't just live, I think his actual words did, I think.
Uncompromising heart, the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others.
So.
But of course.
It's interesting that the light, actually even that's kind of dim now. I was actually going to point out how the light on that kind of survived. Oh. Popped out again, yeah. You can hear the electricity through that. And with even the fan shut down. Who knows how many years forward we skipped.
The end is never the end, 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 is
Well, that leak is getting more severe. So the place is deteriorating, as I was wondering about. All right, Frosting. Good night. Haha! Here we go. Yeah, that water damage. In a way, I find it kind of, I don't know, fascinating, poetic. Not sure the word for it. How destructive water can actually be. Each skip is apparently longer than the last, and I don't know if it's on some, is it on a polynomial scale? Is it on an exponential scale? Now we're growing our own little jungle here. Also growing our own little soundtrack. I'm on it. What? Poor clock. Okay, so this one's just at night, I assume? Wait a minute. So Earth is still here. But our whole little garden is gone. Still only the ceiling, so we can't walk out of here. Uh-oh. So the whole building got knocked over, but the skip button got knocked over, so... Well, we got out. And that's it. That's that ending. Yeah, speaking of hydration, I'm pretty sure that... Probably has something to do with what happened to Stanley there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, maybe I did miss a memo here. So, wait a minute. It says new content. Now...
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I want to go this way. Can you close the door, please? No?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
That's what I thought it was gonna be. That's what I said at the start.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The sad thing about it is, this is the biggest confirmation that there would never ever be a Stanley Parable 2. Just a 2 over a mountain.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Why is there a velvet rope? Someone get rid of the velvet rope. It can't be me, because I'm Stanley and I suck. Oh. Hey, Scent. Have you seen this yet, or you were waiting for me to show it off? New hotness. I like cool red section of the chart. Ugh, can't see that piece of paper. I can read League Gothic regular. League Gothic is the font. And I like that font. I've been using it in my videos because it is very narrow. I can fit more words in.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
The
But let's
grinders.
take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Stanley's last name is Greiner. Hi, Thomas. Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar. That's a throwback.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket? Merch? I saw the new content. No screenshots. But what if I take one? Does it actually lecture me on that? Ray tracing. The baby's all grown up. Bankruptcy. Stop it. What is that?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Giant statue. Settings World Champion. Infinite hole free achievement. Let's go for the free achievement.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
All right.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Why are subtitles better? Is it just because the game quiet on your end? I know people
What
have.
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, lots. I don't think I want to go to the infinite hole. That seems like a trap.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Well, if you're hearing impaired and watching my stream, that would really trivialize my own commentary, wouldn't it? Let me in. See, I thought there'd be a button here. Yes, my default preference is for that reason. The novelty of hearing them
Okay,
speak.
I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I just took a screenshot. Okay, the game doesn't react to that. Maybe it trapped me in here. On purpose for taking a screenshot. Why would you have a velvet rope along the wall? Oh, here we go. Oh, a choice, an actual choice.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, the achievement was neither easy nor free. Well, I guess I'll have to find a way to achieve it someday. Because I know it's been done.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
But what if I don't trust you? What if I think that's the way to exit this museum and I'm not done yet? Or exhibition, what is this place? Collectibles.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Are you spoiling the game for me? Ooh, that music is definitely appropriate for that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Don't do that. You just got here. Five, this map. Why don't the maps actually say this map? They say you are here, but it should say you are here at this map. Hold on. Where's the collectible? A9? kind of like this angle to look at it. Hi, Matthew. Yeah, I haven't looked at the reassurance bucket yet.
A common complaint of the Stanley parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable 2.
You never played the Stanley Parable? If you like meta commentary on games and the illusion of choice, then this is for you.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I don't think I've ever watched an award show in my life of any sort.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
No, Jim is my We Were Here partner. I just played it this week.
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
I just like how this feature in beta is already rolled out for Slim Jim, yeah.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
All right. I snuck in an extra Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
There might be a market. I don't know. Okay, so what all have I not seen? Is it just the, I mean, if let's say I go into a room where I've already been. Can't put this bucket away. Gime? What's a gime? Oh, a gime. So, yeah, settings world champion is something I tried to look at, but wait, what is this? Oh, that's this again. Is that open under some conditions in my own settings or something? I assume that having just a locked door there is not the actual thing. No, I've been here. Let's see here. Ah. Wait, what? What happened there? Did I hit the screw? What? Why does it give me these terrible resolutions? Do you want to see the game at 640 by 480? Or in 4K? That's what it's supposed to be. I don't know what the hell changed. Capital yes. Is that the actual settings world champion unlock? That'd be funny, actually. Wait, what the hell is that? 905 by 509? I can't. I can see it in the stream, but the game minimizes. I can't bring it. So I'll have to let that expire. Uh-oh. There we go. No, not F, just, you know, it gives you 15 seconds to verify the resolution works, so if you don't, it resets back to the previous thing. That's all I'm saying. So, anyone that doesn't know have a guess? Anyone who doesn't know the answer, does any of us have a guess as to what would make a settings world champion?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
But this happens
Things
after
got a
the
little heated
skip button.
there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
So did the bucket break my fall? He's not going to play this game this time.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Ah, mostly infinite hole.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I like how Matthew called me out and said what I said didn't make any sense. You have not played this game, so maybe you don't understand the whimsical nature of it. So, yes, I'm sure the bucket broke my fall. Actually, I would say it doesn't, only because I could have picked these up in either order. On the one hand, you shouldn't be explaining jokes. On the other hand, this crowd has a disproportionate population of autistic literalists, so I do feel somewhat of a need. All right. I guess we'll pop back up. He doesn't...
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
But it's enough to where without a jump feature, if I fall in there, I still can't get back up. I will need to press G, so I'm sure there's going to be some commentary about that.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
See? I can't get out of the hole unless I press teleport button. Uh-oh, it didn't happen. Nothing happened.
Is the teleport button not working?
Oh.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
But
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh, we're sinking. Change your perspective. All right, that's the best one. All right. With the bucket, he set the bucket down. I don't want to press H.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
All right, I'll try H. Let's see what it does. What? All these combinations. Doesn't even make sense. I'm gonna do this diagonal one right here. Hey, we're rolling again. All right. The keys only go so far. F, G, H, J, K, L, semicolon, apostrophe, enter. You have to keep going num 4, num 5, num 6, and num plus. After that, you can't keep going to the right after that. All right, what does this button do? Oh, there we go. Ooh. I wonder what she's saying. Gotta play it backward.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
All right, let me back in. No! Wait, okay. Still carrying the stupid bucket.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
What other features have I not tried yet? The settings world champion. I tried this. I thought maybe there would be something in here. You just check the world champion button, but I didn't see any such thing. You looked it up and you told me. That was my guess. That's exactly what I was doing. I don't know what the replay shows. I hope it shows that I was fiddling with all these controls before you typed that, but I don't know. That's exactly what I was going to try. What if I just click everything? I mean, at the very least, even if it isn't that, just going through everything kind of covers other scenarios, like if it's a specific one. Just kind of covering the full range. I like that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story.
I kind of like this. If I could move my hand smoothly, that's actually somehow oddly satisfying to listen to that. Now, I hope it's not this. Why is it going back to saying that? That's false. That's not my resolution. It might be possible you skip some values if you move too fast. Oh no! Is that actually... You have to set every slider to every possible value.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay. I'm gonna take a risk. Let's test it. I'm gonna not touch this one. I liked that setting. And it's just the sliders, it's not the buttons and stuff. What the hell? Also, if I do it right here, would it immediately open or would I have to get it to load again? It also wouldn't let me get this, even though I know it's possible. I've seen I saw someone else have this achievement, but it doesn't. Yeah. So I don't know. All right, so you can't see. Oh, okay. It does say it right there. Settings World Champion. Set all settings slider in the menu. Set all settings sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. And yeah, that I don't have that. What's funny about that is that from a programming standpoint, that's a lot of memory, a lot of save game data because you have to have like a Boolean value for every single numerical setting. Well, it's not popping on this. You see, if you think about it too much, you're going to arrive at the conclusion that gaming itself is pointless. So you say, well, games are fun. Well, achievements are fun. Or if they're not fun for you, then don't get them. But you see, all right, so this has been my test. This is the one I never used the arrow keys for. Or I guess. Okay, now I've done it with everything. But it's not just the achievement. That door won't open unless I get that achievement. Did anyone notice something that I missed for this achievement? Or I actually don't know anything that I could have done wrong here at this point. let's... So the exact description is set all settings sliders in the menu to all available numbers. It's gonna... Oh! It popped on the language. I cycled through the languages and it popped. Did anyone else have to do that? I don't know, but I just got it. And so there was a delayed achievement when I played We Were Here. Well, I mean, when I played We Were Here, I don't know. All right, now let me make sure my settings are actually on what I want them to be. I don't want subtitles or translation labels or any of that. All right.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Let's see, what time is it? It's 11:30. What do you guys think? Instead of having a really long stream tonight, I split this up and stream tomorrow. Because very often I'm busy Sundays, but I'm actually not tomorrow. Bumpscosity, 100 at the far left point. All right, do we want 0, 1, 12, 50, 76, 100, or 1,000? Let's try 1. I think that's too subtle of a difference. Let's just put it on 100. I don't need extreme bumpscosity. I miss my infinite hole. I guess there are no more collectibles. Oh, wow. They just shut the whole thing down. Surrounding area. Yeah. Have I been up here? I don't recall this.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I guess? That's an interesting look.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
What are the holes
Hold
there?
on. Let me do a different arrangement.
And the jump
Yes.
circle.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Ignore that.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ooh. Halls are made out of jelly. I am gonna play a little more. I mean, I might stream tomorrow. I'm not gonna end the stream right now, though. Play for like an hour or more. Let me refill my drink while this plays. All right, so I will take it by that message that Sarah had to depart, but for the rest of you, let's play a little more. Quit to desktop. See, even options like this, the ones that people ignore, I wonder if a game like this, it's scary. Like, I don't want to lose my progress, which is not real meaningful progress like I achieved something, but it's kind of like you get so far into a movie and imagine there's no fast forward feature, but if you step out of the theater for a minute, it might start the movie over. That's how it feels. I feel like quit to desktop since nobody would click that, it would be like some hidden thing. But I'm too scared to click it. Someone's got to try it, though. Nope, not me.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So the only difference was the balloons there? Yeah, one of the trailers, if you watch it, they show the significance of the 427. So, well, I didn't think of it either. It wasn't lost on me when they explicitly pointed it out, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So is it otherwise the same?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old, and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I think that's it, right? In this thread. So, see, I was thinking that the whole Stanley Parable 2 was a gag, but maybe it's actually a legit skin on over the game. Yeah. The sequel is now paused. Okay.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
What? Oh, the bucket.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
Should I pick it up or not? Decisions. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I don't know if I want to be directed by people who know the answers, though. I like the idea of being directed by people who don't, but I think the people who are left do, and I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's not a personal thing, it's just like... It's not the same exploratory spirit as someone who doesn't know.
Truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Right, so it'd be like...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
All right. People want the bucket. Hold on. Some people have a computer, others don't. That's also interesting.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
That'd be funny for there to be a choice to actually leave the bucket here.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
So...
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
It's down here. I see red. Oh, I think that was red before too. Okay. Oh, a collectible.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
I am
Indeed.
panicking without
Now
it.
he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket. Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
So my impression at the moment, and let me discover this, but let me just kind of say my impression here, is that the bucket mechanic is the way of allowing the player to control new content versus classic content. So if you leave the bucket, then you want the classic lines from the game. By taking the bucket, you're saying, give me new content.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection. But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
What? Wow. Drawing. private but smelly place for an important person. I think I know what that is, actually. There's also a fireplace nearby. A large room, lots of boxes?
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
See, I was wondering this. What if the first time I didn't wait to get the stickers, and then the second time I get the stickers, what would have happened? Did any of you try that? See, I thought of that, like, when I got the first sticker. Or, I mean, when I was the first time in here, when I got the stickers, I was like, well, what if I didn't? Would there be another response that I'm actually missing?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Extreme bathrooms. What is Thomas trying to get? Trying to see what happens if you leave early the first time and get the stickers later.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. "2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I don't think you understand this game, Matthew.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped.
There I am, right
monitored
there.
like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It'd be so weird to see the bucket line first.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
A sassy comment about taking down the system. I mean, the main storyline is already a parody of both gaming and storytelling. So now there's this is a parody of that parody.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Happy, yeah. Stanley and the bucket lived happily ever
Stanley
after.
and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned,
but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Well, that's interesting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Figurine Finders meeting.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
A lot of errors here on the computer screens. Well, I guess that's what we're here for, to see what new things the bucket offers.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yes.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and care. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We'll do that later.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Well, I guess it's not actually true, huh?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
All right. So I haven't done any of this stuff without the bucket, or yeah, without the bucket today, the classic version. Considering I did find before I unlocked the bucket and all that, I did find an extra thread that I'm pretty sure was not in the original game, which is going back up to the boss's office. I don't think that was in the original Stanley Parable. So if there are other such threads, it occurs to me that maybe there is a way in the Ultra Deluxe version to turn off the nuclear explosion.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh, they closed the exit here? This is always open. Okay.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Huh. I'm not sure if I should ask. Hey, Joey, come on. Did you read my tone of voice in some stupid way? Anyway, I'm not sure if I should ask, but I wonder if they put a
soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
What was I saying? It seems like this version might put in a way to turn off the nuclear blast, because people spent hours trying to figure that out and they never did. Even some people literally hacked the game to see if they could do it, and they never did. You know what? We're going to go without the bucket this time and look at that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Because I also wanted to go in there into the broom closet anyway. Never mind.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Thomas says he still doesn't know. Is it worth it then? Should I just forget it? Should I just reset? Does anyone else know one way or another if they added a way to do anything about it?
Room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Maybe I should show the bucket list path for Matthew at the very least.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah, they added the bucket. It's really artificial and weird.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
All right, well, I'll play it just to play it. So you can see how unnatural the bucket is in this whole story.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
So, were those little cues on those monitors the same as the original
All of his
game?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't remember that before, but maybe that was there.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Well, there's a large room with boxes. Is there a collectible in here? I don't remember all the different rooms with boxes.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
See, I can either answer it, or I can pull the plug, or I can wait and see if it says something else.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Typically, clicking on things that don't do anything make this kind of keyboard sound, but it doesn't play that over the counter, which is interesting. Let's do this. Press G to take me to work with you. I want to go in here. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
But it's also my friend.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It's always in a different spot, huh?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Can we do that, please? That would give me an extreme sense of fulfillment.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
I mean, isn't that our lives anyway?
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
I'm starting to suspect this bucket does not actually have our best interest at heart.
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Oh, phone? Oh yeah, this is something.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Hey Stanley, it's me. Just calling to let you know that you left your bucket at home. Silly. It's okay, I'm off to pick up groceries soon, so I could swing by your work and drop the bucket off at... Oh, wait a minute. This isn't your bucket. Wait, whose bucket is this? Well, if it doesn't belong to anyone else, I guess I could just, keep it. Yeah, I'd really like to hang out with this bucket for a while. Oh, sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, have a nice day at work. I'll be here at home with my bucket. Bye, Stanley.
It's got to be weird to see this before seeing the normal game where there's no bucket. Because that makes sense. I think you do get that message every time after what's called the wife ending. But in that, now the bucket has replaced your wife when you're carrying the bucket and you try to trigger the wife ending. Yeah. All right. I think that's it for me tonight. Now that I see that this actually is a real serious thing. I thought it was just going to be a joke for like one. The reason why I was looking at this, I was thinking this wouldn't be a serious menu, but I guess it is. I don't know. I might stream more of it tomorrow, I said, because, 4 hours. It's not very long, so. Yeah. All right. So, I'll see you guys next time, I guess. Yeah. Whenever that is. And either way, I'll play this again soon. So, until then, have a good one.